John. Yes.
Uh, Welcome to the UN workshop on water. I'm Gustavo Valença and representing here the University of Campinas in the state of São Paulo.
Yes, and also welcome on my behalf. I'm Patricia Osselweijer. I'm the ambassador for Brazil for the TU Delft and coordinator of a big water mining project, which will be handled in this workshop today. And this workshop is an important part of the UN Water Week, which the Netherlands together with the UN is hosting in New York. And for that, we are here together in Campinas. And in Campinas, we will have a workshop led by my favorite Joanna, and we will also switch to New York and we will switch to Nairobi to hear also other problems related to water and how we can solve it. So the workshop is what are we waiting for? And we are very pleased to welcome you all in this meeting today. I'll happily give the words to Professor Nolasco.
Okay. Okay. Good morning, everyone. It's very nice to be here. I'm on behalf of the University of São Paulo. I'm located in the School of Arts, Science, and Humanities in the program of sustainability. I thank very much Professor Patricia, and I would like to say hello for all colleagues. Thank you very much for Luana for the nice invitation. And I wish you a very good work day for everyone. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I'm Luana Cruz. I'm an associate professor here in the School of Civil Engineering and Architecture and Urban Design. So I'm really happy that we are all here for this day. I hope we get outcomes from this meeting. Good meeting. Thank you, Patricia and Gustavo.
Well, thank you. So we have formally started our meeting, and welcome to all of you who are joining online for the YouTube channel. We start today the program with two contributions from important companies that establish our water and make sure that that we have products that also, of course, needs for water. And so we were very pleased that we have two companies here. One is General Water and one is Solvay. And I believe we start with the presentation by Helio Gabardo from Solvay.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. I'd like to thank you about this, and I want to share what we have done in the water challenge. So if it could help someone else, it would be nice. Okay. So we start the presentation.
Yeah.
Can you plug there? Sorry. Não deu tempo de passar ali para ele.
Pode ser o ponto.
Não está funcionando também. Acho que ele consegue conectar direto lá. É. Deixa. Maybe if we could go to the GE, if he is ready.
Are you ready?
Yeah, my presentation is over
Yeah,
there.
we're gonna take some time.
Let's switch.
Okay.
So let's switch to Thiago Oliveira from General Water. We will start his presentation. Please, Thiago.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here to share a little bit of our everyday work in sanitation, especially in water reuse. I present here one of our cases, that is the wastewater treatment Dom Pedro Shopping Mall, here in Campinas. So please, can you? Okay. Dom Pedro Shopping Mall is a huge shopping mall here located in Campinas, the fourth largest shopping mall in Brazil. It's amazing. They have 8,000 parking lots and a lot of more than 300 stores, etc. The location of the shopping mall is here in Campinas, 100 kilometers from São Paulo. The population is about 1.2 million here. And the opening date of the shopping mall was 2002. That picture shows where the wastewater treatment plant is located. First of all, I'll give you an overview about the project. The shop is located in an area with no public wastewater collection system. So the wastewater treatment is mandatory for environmental discharge in this case since the beginning of the mall. The shopping mall is also located in a water scarcity area. The water available here is similar to Middle East. So it puts pressure on price of the water costs of municipal drinking water. That's around $5 per cubic meter. So the wastewater treatment plant was retrofitted in 2016 for water reuse, mainly, and environmental discharge. 45% of the volume nowadays is reused, and 55% is discharged to the nearby water course. That's a small river. General Water Company was responsible for retrofitting the plant, design, building, and operation of the plant in a long-term contract. We were responsible 100% of CAPEX and OPEX involved. Our business model is water as a service, so we treat the water and sell the water to the shopping mall by cubic meter. Technologies involved in the project includes MBR membrane bioreactor plus reverse osmosis to promote the water reuse. The plant capacity is 750 cubic meters per day. The water reuse is for non-potable purpose. 58% of the water reused is for toilet flushing of the shopping mall, and 42% for air conditioning cooling towers that here in Brazil, according to our weather, it's a very high consumption. It represents around 30% of total water consumption of the shopping mall, the water reuse, okay? That's the flow diagram of the process, where we can see the influent on the left side enters, pass through a screening process to remove solids debris, and also after it goes to a biological reactor, including anaerobic and aerobic zones for biological nutrient removal. After it goes for a secondary screening barrier, because the biological reactor is an open tank, so some debris can fall down. In this process, we dose polyaluminum chloride, that's a chemical product to promote phosphorus removal, chemicals phosphorus removal. After it goes to a ultrafiltration membrane tank. It's submerged in the ultrafiltration membrane plating frame that produce water for toilet flushing, that also receives a blue dye chemical for identification purpose, and also chlorine for disinfection. The ultrafiltration is also feed a reverse osmosis plant to produce water for cooling towers. Reverse osmosis in this case is important to remove salts that can cause corrosion or scaling of the air conditioning equipment. And the 55% goes to the river, that's the effluent, okay, with no chemical dose to prevent any kind of impact to the river, okay. The sludge of the process recirculated, as it's necessary to make the process continuously running. But a part of it, the wasted sludge, passes through sludge watering process and goes by truck to an off-site to make sludge composting to produce biosolids for agricultural purpose. Please. Here we have some water quality data. It's the analysis once a month, so it's the last 6 months average, just to have an idea about how good is the water quality. This water quality that goes to cooling towers is compared to the drinking water, okay, after reverse osmosis. Please. Also, we have here the water quality for toilet flushing. That's very high quality water too compared to the regulation. Please. And finally, we have the effluent that's going to the river. That's 55% in volume. So we see here very high performance of removal of organic matter and also nutrients like total nitrogen and phosphorus. Very high quality water. Please. Here's some pictures to illustrate the process. So we have the raw wastewater, and after the treatment, the effluent, and especially the water that goes to the toilet flushing that receives the blue dye and chlorine, and a row cooling towers that's like potable. We have the sludge. The production last year was 736 tons. That was able to produce 267 tons of biosolids. It reduces a lot in volume, in mass, because the humidity, water content. So the biosolids can be applied in any kind of crops here in Brazil according to the regulation. And the biosolids produced in this plant is enough to fertilize a total area of 6-7 hectares. Here's the water in the toilet and the cooling towers. It's important to show. And the benefits of the process is, for the shopping mall, is the water autonomy. So less drinking water from municipal water company, good for the environment, good for ESG purpose. The rational use of water, because of water reuse, obviously, and they reduce the environmental impact of the shopping mall because of water reuse and sludge composting. Please. Finally, we have some future challenges and opportunities related to the biogas recovery from sludge for power generation, for example, because shopping mall consumes a lot of electricity, obviously. So it's a future challenge and opportunity in my opinion, and also about phosphorus recovery that nowadays the top discussion about sanitation all around the world. No? Please. Thank you for your attention. Here my email. Please feel free to contact me to discuss more about this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's okay, so I have a few questions now.
Yeah, I think maybe we can have another presentation and we have the discussion.
That's also good. Yeah. Okay. Then are you ready for the presentation?
Now he's with that guy.
Ah.
Okay. Well, I will just start about the topic. Who represent you? Yeah. Perfect. Okay, I will share with you some challenge that we have in the industry, because like in Europe, everybody is now concerned about water, okay? Because it started to become a problem to the pocket, the bank account. So everybody is looking more deeply. And I will show you the first slide with a very short flow diagram, if you can pass through, okay, to show the first challenge that we have. Okay, go.
Next.
Yes, perfect. This is a very simplified PFD where we use the water and the process on the cooling. This is the most important use of water that you capture from the river, a very close river from here at Atibaia River. And we do the treatments like the decanter, sand filter, carbon filter, resin, exchange, and also some reverse osmosis to produce the mineralized water that will be used on the steam production, okay? If you see the balance, 80% of water that you take from the river comes back direct to the river just to cool the process. And this is something that very normally in big part of the industry, okay? In Europe, they have some challenges also in the solar company because some sources are deep water, so it could be more challenging than here. After that, we produce treated water that goes to some coolers, small cooler straight ahead to the river, just a small part, and to the cooling tower. All water that we capture for the process, that is a wastewater, go to the effluent treatment. And if you check the brown line, you can see that the return the water previously were captured. This is one challenge that we have. Is agreement with the environmental agents from here, that's SATASP, in a way that guarantee that the company treat the water very well. And UCC is behind of the black box, but we have some potable water too. So we should be very precise on the water treatment. So this is the first challenge. And when we have dry period like you had in 2014, it become a higher problem because there's no water to the process. So what we can do? So it put us some additional goals that you can see in the next slide. That is to reduce our water intake in 25% until 2030. This is a big challenge. And here in Brazil, we are one of the biggest users of this because it's available, it's cheap, so nobody concerned in the past. This company is from 1945, so a very old company here. So to do that, we need to improve our water quality because each time the water is in a worst condition, very high salt concentration, so more deep treatment we need, like reverse osmosis, like more efficient ion exchange resin and things like this. Other very important thing to the company is to be an active participant on the committee from the BEF. That is a multi-functional areas that there are companies, states, to regulate the use of water. In the past, who catch the water first had more advantage. So who is in the back, problems. And also in the back there are cities, not just industry. After us, we needed to have a volume and also quality to the city water treatment. So it's a very sensitive treatment. So to participate of that is important. It was one of the key 10 years ago for us because it guaranteed that our company has water and also other company has. So be influent on that is a very important tip to all companies that use water from the river. Okay, and also it regulates quality and things like this. After that are our homework that optimize the use. Several companies like us use some water in the cooling, and when you have a lot of water, keep the valves open. Normally, when you reduce the production, the water keeps in the same volume because no problem. Nowadays, we need to regulate that. Go there and adjust to use just what we need and not more. Okay? And for the last and not less important is to optimize the use. Here we are investing a lot. First off, the investment is to close the system, stop to capture water and work in a closed cooling system. To do some internal reuse also. For example, use the osmosis reverse reject on the cooling towers, increase the salt concentrations on the cooling tower, do energy integration projects on the factory that will reduce the steam need, consequently the water, the cooling needs. Okay. And also some optimization and control. This help us a lot. So the water scarcity for us now is treated with the 5 points that we are working to
power production to the directly to the shopping mall because we are connected. But now in Brazil we have possibility to connect it to supply chain too. But I think we have a big consumer that's the shopping mall directly connected to the wastewater treatment plant. So it makes sense to recover. But the key point is we have to find a local partner that knows the technology and that makes sense for our plant size. Because when you see all over the country, we have some cases, Ribeirão Preto, Franca too, but huge compared to this plant. Yeah, that's the point.
Any further questions?
So I was gonna ask Edu, what you said about like improving the reuse in all the industry. So what do you think that is to really improve that?
Funding is also a problem because for us here the water is very cheap, some cents of dollar, 3 cents, very cheap. So we need more. But I think the company cannot exceed the nation targets. It should concern about the environmental and community concerns, and this is the guarantee of the prosperity of the company. So internally, consensus is very important to the company, not just you, because in 10 years, 20 years, maybe you cannot have more the resource and you close the business. That should be forever. That's the biggest challenge, I think.
Yeah. Sorry, I also very interested in the way you are actually trying to go to a more circular system for the water use. Would that mean that the water that you use for cooling can be flown in a loop, and that you have then to put energy into the actual cooling of your own water?
Yes.
That's the solution.
Well, you have to choose what you are going to. We use energy to pump the water from the river. So we are now just changing to put the energy on the recirculation system. Usually, it could be closer, but with energy integration and a very controlled purge system, you can save a lot of water because it's just from the evaporation water that you needed to take the energy from the system. So we believe that is the way because it's a very huge volume of energy that we need to cool.
I have a question to Ellen.
Yeah.
If I could, please.
Sure.
How long is the distance from the water abstraction and wastewater discharge in the river you showed?
Less than 1 kilometer, half mile, things like this. Yeah.
Big challenge.
Big challenge. Salts and organic concentration that comes from the city water treatment also. Usually, you should know sure that we deliver the water must in higher quality than what we do. That's absolutely.
Yes. Good.
Yeah. To Elio, I was wondering that the wastewater you discharge in the river instead of doing the recycle directly. I mean, you're doing
more or less. One of the problems that we captured on the last pandemic crisis was the price of the chemicals. Was very cheap, the brine in Brazil. Okay, nowadays is 3-4 times more, and the pandemic went, I believe, but the prices didn't come back. So we could use more reverse osmosis, but the price of the chemicals is not so feasible yet.
Is there also, I mean, in your plans for improving the environmental footprint, as well as the energy use, as well as the circulation of the water, is there anything related in challenges to laws, existing regulations in Brazil that you need to solve?
Well, in Brazil, not, but we have some direct funds in Europe to reduce 15%, I believe it's 2035, our energy consumption, okay, around the world. So this solar farm programs and biogas also is a challenge that we are studying right now to decarbonization. We produce chemicals, so chemicals has impact on the world. So we're trying to reduce that impact, producing more neutral products that are going to be used on the direct or indirect consumption. So this is all day in our radar. We had some investments from the company to subsidize that, but not from the government, and not some laws also to conduct our company in a fairly target, right? Because if it's a challenge to everyone, the market become more balanced and everybody put money on that. Sometimes just one company doing is not fair, but we have this challenge. And Brazil are a green site for us. So it's where we have resource, electricity cheaper, but gas is very expensive also. So there's more reduced better. We have done some study about the biogas. It still is not feasible, but is on our radar. We had some contact with the local biogas production from the garbage treatment, right? And it's something that we should do in the next 10, 15 years, probably, to reduce our footprint. This is our target.
Maybe it's good to switch a little bit to the general situation in Brazil. We have first the state of São Paulo in total, so it's very great that we have two people here from the consulate, and we have the first consul general from the Netherlands and Hospital Rodrigues, and we have Robert Thijssen, who's the innovation manager for the Netherlands in São Paulo, and Hospital is especially very much related to water and water innovation and cooperation with the Netherlands. So may I ask you to contribute a little bit about our general knowledge on the state of São Paulo, at least mine. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Well, maybe it's indeed good to explain a little bit why I'm here. It's not only because of that I'm based in São Paulo and of course the importance of the state, but it's also because of that we do the coordination for our network. And so we have a consulate in Rio and an embassy, etc. We do the coordination for the topic water from São Paulo. It's a priority area since this year, again, back on the agenda for us. And that means that we have a lot of activities planned for this year, on sanitation in particular. We will have a market study coming out in 1 month from now, I think, that we want to share with our Dutch partners so that they are aware of what is happening in Brazil. And that includes, of course, the topics that you also raised about how do you treat wastewater, sewage treatment, who are the big partners. We all know Sabesp, but there's maybe more. So that is to inform the site in the Netherlands that there's a lot of things going on and that there are perfect partners to work with, like here at the table. We also plan to have like our participation to the Fabesp fair. There we would like to present Dutch companies with expertise. And then, of course, the third aspect is to link the knowledge institutions like University of Delft, but also others that we have in the Netherlands to the experts and the institutions here in Brazil. So it's a whole year of exciting activities and also to enlarge our network, to make the connections and to bring in Dutch experts and partners. And for sure that after today we will remain in contact, and what we have available we would like to share as far as possible, including with you. So that is a little bit in a nutshell what we do together with Brazil, and we hope to do more.
Perfect.
Well, to add to that, as indeed Patricia said, not only innovation manager, the Council for Innovation, Technology and Science for Brazil. And what we do, what my team does is we work on bilateral collaboration in the fields of R&D and innovation. Well, water at this moment is not yet a topic that we focus on. We focus on energy transition, agriculture, life science and health, and aviation, which are the main topics at this moment where we have large-scale opportunities for bilateral R&D. As Vasco just said, we have, as a network, determined that water is priority. And of course, water is also not a topic that you have to see in isolation. Very much related to agriculture, it's very much related to the energy transition. So in that sense, that's the way that we act on it. And of course, we support universities like the TU Delft with their activities here in Brazil, with also other universities, but not only universities, also private companies, and also governments that want to grow. So it's for us, it is somewhat of a new topic. We are going to discuss also together with Vasco and his team how we are going to deal with that from the viewpoint of innovation.
Yeah, maybe just to add to that, circularity is a word that I read a lot in the documents, but also I heard you. Circularity is as such also a topic that we have a colleague at our consulate, and she pays particular attention to when it comes to business, companies, and how can you become more circular. Just like we have in the Netherlands, because in the Netherlands on circularity we have of course the agreement between the private public sector and to be circular by, what was it? I forgot, but we have just a time schedule to become circular, and we would like to expand our knowledge to other partners, in this case also Brazil. So that colleague also plans to have several activities, mainly in 2024, because they mark 2024 as a year where circularity, including water and the reuse of solid waste, will play a role.
Now, just a compliment about what Robert said, energy transition. This is what we are looking now. And solar energy is a solution, wind, but it's a very low quantity, right? We're going to do a big challenge just if we come to biomass here in the company, because we are the second São Paulo state energy consumer from the natural gas in industry company, right? So we had some studies to make partners with some private company in a way that we make it more feasible. Wood is a very challenging market also, because Brazil is a very powerful paper producer, so the companies have the control of the market. So who walk around to try to produce energy has some challenge, but we believe that that is the future for us, biomass.
Maybe there are some questions from the audience. Do we have questions from the audience? No? Maybe from people here in the room? If not, then we just continue because at 10 o'clock we will switch over to New York, and then we have the live opening in New York where we can also put our welcome in. Before that, we would like to discuss the problem statement as we have it in, as we're going to bring in the New York meeting. And the problem statement is related to, well, what are the problems in Brazil as a whole. When we talk about water, when we talk about circularity, when we talk about energy transition, when we talk about tracing the wastes, and then we talk about environmental pollution, and we talk about water scarcity, and perhaps also climate change effects on the water system. So for that, I would love to give the word to Luana to lead the discussion on the problem statement and whether the problem statement that was prepared by her is also ringing a bell in your and resonating in your vision.
Thank you, Patricia. Well, what we have discussed, also Thiago also helped me. I think in Brazil, it's not a problem, it's a challenge because we are in a huge country, so we have difference all over the continent. So we have dry areas. I think Thiago mentioned about like what is the water that we have for people here. It just look like the Middle East. So I think this is one big challenge because we don't have just one answer or one technology, right? So because of this difference, it's important to see that we have this diversity. This is one point. The other aspect, I think it's about the decentralized systems because we have a huge rural area and like it's a great number of people that they live and they are not connected to sewage. And I think we need this not just centralized wastewater treatment plants, but also the decentralized ones. I think legislation is also an issue because as Eddie was mentioning, sometimes it doesn't help a lot to improve, but you also have this circular economy. I don't know if you want to add something or about the problems you want to.
Yeah, I can jump on that, saying that indeed I totally agree with Juana that we have very different situations in Brazil. We just got a report from an institute in Brazil related to the last data that we got from sanitation in the country. And when we looked into that data, we see that most of the problems related to sanitation, they are site-specific, I would say. And if you take the 100 largest cities in Brazil, we will see that the sanitation problem, it is located into the north part of the country. So the big cities that lack sanitation, they are located in the north part of the country. And there is a specific situation, which is, so they lack sanitation, lack sewage collection and treatment, but they are in a place which has a large water availability. So in such a way that maybe water reuse is not the case for that specific part of the country, but maybe other kinds of valuable products should be recovered at that part. For instance, biosolids for agriculture. And when we also look into the pieces of legislation that we have right now in Brazil, of course, we have 3 levels of legislation, right? Federal and local legislations related to the states and also the municipalities, and they vary a lot. For instance, we have, for biosolids, we have a general rule in Brazil, which is the CONAMA 498, which is the rule that, organizes the biosolids use into soil. But then when we look, for instance, to water reuse, it is very much dependent on the local level. We know that there are some states in Brazil that they have specific legislations related to water reuse, but most of them actually, they just rely on a federal, guidance, which is very broad. And so when we need, in terms of recovery of valuable products in order to foster the sanitation in Brazil, we need to look into the site-specific situation. There is no, common ground all over the country.
I think that on the other hand, here in São Paulo State, we have sewage collection with a high recovery, and then we can talk about more about valuable products and the circular economy. So
If you, so I hear you say, well, we have site-specific situations that require different solutions, and also because they have different challenges, we also have local legislation that is different in different parts of Brazil. And you also said something about decentralized systems. Does that mean that the scale of the treatment systems need to be variable in order to suit those situations?
Yes,
And so who's paying for this?
that is a good question.
Indeed. So if you look into the sanitation sector that we have right now, so the titularity, so it's from the municipality, right? The municipalities, they have, the responsibility to implement sanitation services. That's the point. But this can be delivered, for instance, to the private sector. That's the point. This has been regulated from the new sanitation, sanitation packets, if I can try to directly translate from 2020. That's the point. I would say that we lack business models. So there are a lot of different opportunities that we see, but the point is that, so I would say that in terms of from the technology standpoint, I would say that we kind of we know the technology, but business models, they should be developed. That's the point. So and regulation comes into that point, right? So
Absolutely, because it's why I need the two together, because we really do these programs. And if you circulate and extract valuable materials from the bottle, you can also sell them. So then the owner of the wastewater treatment plant is becoming a producer of products and has perhaps a business model there. So that requires changes, because then your end of waste status needs to become product status, etc.
Can I just, I think Thiago wants to say something, but just to add about these, also we have a problem in distance, because sometimes here we have the producer, but then who will consume that? It's a really, and this is a big problem in Brazil because we have mainly roads. We don't have train systems. So this makes the products like with a higher price because of transportation. Yes, we have to consider that. I don't know who is.
I think that it's an infrastructure problem. So it's not feasible to the private companies to do that. The government should do the startup, build this infrastructure, and then pass through the private system that know how to manage it. The state is a worst manager. So should have some breakthrough on the point. Because when you do the infrastructure program, you put the money from the people on the right place. And after that is a business model. While we're waiting for that comes from the private, it will not happen. It's too much money. Like road, like hydroelectric is not money from the private sector.
What I would like to say is I agree with Thiago that there's no global solution for water in Brazil because we have very site-specific situations, like you said. But, for example, like you said, decentralized water reuse, for example, is what we do in Dom Pedro Shopping Mall and many other places. And what I think could help a lot is about government incentivization. About, for example, we have in Brazil a very complex tax regulations. And taxes in Brazil is very high. So if you govern reduce taxes, for example, from buildings like Dom Pedro Mall that makes water reuse, it could help us a lot. It can be because nowadays the only incentive to do this water reuse is compare water price from the wastewater, treated wastewater, with the municipal water company. It only makes sense if the price is lower than municipal. So I think government could incentivize more, and also because the price regulation in Brazil, because for example, water for industrial facilities and for commercial buildings is 5 to 6 more expensive than for residential areas. I think it's not good. We probably must have a price for any sector, so you can incentivize more water use, for example, from residential areas. That is.
Yeah, I think we are having a good discussion here, but we have some time to go to New York, because then after we can come back and discuss, right? We have also this meeting.
Yeah, so this is a good time to thank you for this discussion, and we already heard some solutions, which we will undoubtedly go later on today into. In a moment, we're going to switch over to New York, and where they will live open the meeting. So we are now switching over to the Zoom with the United States.
Hi, Mark. Are you listening to me? Antonio? You are muted.
I'm not muted anymore.
Okay, yes, I see you and I hear you well. Very good.
Yes.
Good.
And they asked me about my presentation. Let's see, I got the question in the chat.
Can you share your
Yes,
screen?
hello.
Hi.
Hi. Hi.
Hello.
We are gonna put in the main room. So you can, if you want to share your screen.
Yeah, I can. You want me to share the screen?
Yes.
The host disabled participant screen sharing. You will have to give me rights to do that.
Yeah. Can you now?
Okay. Yes, now I can. You see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
For the presentation, when should it start?
They're switching screens now. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Great, fantastic. So, I'll introduce you. And I was just saying we have pilots in Almeria, in Barcelona, in Faro, in Portugal, in Cyprus, and in Lampedusa, Sicily, and in Rotterdam for the industrial case. So, with the 34 partners, we have set targets to reduce the water consumption with over 90%. To recover also the water from the treatment, to recover the nutrients and other materials from the wastewater treatment systems, to reduce the brines to zero brine effluents, and also to reduce the energy. And in some cases, we have aims for over 50% of that reduction. So the pilots are supposed to be the examples for commercialization, because we're not only setting up the pilots, we also co-create with the local situation, the exact local needs. We make policy packages for changes in policy that we need, and perhaps also incentives that are needed to make this happen. We have special work packages on business models, where we think of the new business models that are needed, that were already suggested by you, that may be an issue here as well. And we were also in that area looking at how can we what are the impacts, how can we reduce and improve the sustainability of the wastewater. So we also do the LCAs and everything related to that. And we have even divers that go into the sea, looking at the effluents and the plant and animal life and in the sea, to show what the effects are. So with that ambitious program of 19 million euros, we hope to make a contribution to commercialization. And today's workshop can be used to see whether in Brazil some of these pilots can be used in order to implement here and see how they can work here. So I ask your attention for that for the rest of the day. But now it's my great pleasure to introduce my colleague Mark van Loosdrecht, who will give a lecture about his fantastic lifelong research, and from which he got many prizes and awards in wastewater treatment systems and environmental biotechnology. And I don't think I need any further introduction. So, Mark, the floor is yours.
Okay, Patricia, thank you. I trust that I'm loud enough. I will briefly introduce the work we're doing around, especially around Camira, but that's embedded in the framework of trying to convert waste into resource. I heard a little bit the pre-discussions. If you have wastewater, certainly if wastewater, water is the first compound to reuse. Shit. I'm trying to get to my PowerPoint. I'm sharing the screen, but I cannot. Yes, if it's good, you see now the second slide. So wastewater is of course the first resource to recover is water, and that's what's anyway happening in cases that there's water shortage. That's at least in those places where there's really water shortage. But wastewater contains many more compounds, and certainly in the Netherlands, there's a big research program to recover materials. I will only talk about one material to recover, and that's what we call Camira, but that's what in scientific terms you could call a hydrocolloid. But the essence of the whole story is that now the wastewater treatment is a kind of service industry for society to clean up water and protect the environment, that we have to work in the future to, on one hand, recover to recover all materials which are in the wastewater and are still of value and use in the wastewater, and in that sense, convert the water utility into resource recovery utility. Now we are mainly working on resource recovery for trying to develop products. A well-known product is biogas, which can be very useful if you use it locally, but which has a relatively low added value. What we're looking for, at least in my view, is to try to recover materials which in the end have such a value that the value of the material will pay for the price to recover it. So that's not a service, but a real integrated part of the general economy of a country. And in this presentation, I will mainly talk about the extracellular polymers. But first, one example of before the extracellular polymers, also a short notice on the intracellular polymers. So bacteria can inside the cell store a polymer which is called PHA, polyhydroxyalkanoate. And it's just to illustrate you a little bit the difference, because PHA is already on the market, so there we can make a better comparison. PHA is, we can also produce that in industrial biotechnology, we can produce that with wastewater. Now, if you have 3 kilograms of COD, we can convert that in 1 cubic meter of methane, which roughly has a value of 60 cents per cubic meter. That 3 kilogram of COD can also be converted in 1 kilogram of PHA, which has a commercial value of roughly 5 euros per kilogram. It's not that nice to directly compare one-to-one, but it illustrates that by recovery higher value materials, that might also lead to a more economic operation, partly of the water recovery itself and partly of the recovery of the materials. This project is initiated long ago at TU Delft, and currently there's a demo plant producing a few hundred kilograms per year in the Netherlands at a wastewater treatment plant in Dordrecht. And these technologies have always a long time to go, because we started with that already more than almost 20 years ago. But since 3 years, there's the company Parks Biomaterials, and it reached really the commercial stage. But it also sets a bit again, it takes time for these applications, and that's partly time which is related for technology development, but essentially there's even more time needed for implementing that technology in an economic value chain. The main topic of today is Camira. Camira is a polymer which is the extracellular polymers of bacteria. We have developed the together with DHV, or Royal Haskoning DHV and the Dutch Water Boards, a technology called Nereda that's based on granular sludge. So bacteria which grow as granules instead of flocks. Now these granules you can separate much easier from water than flocks, meaning that you can integrate the biomass separation or the sludge separation into the bioreactor and also maintain higher amounts of biomass. So in the picture on the left, you see the treatment plant of Groningen. The front two tanks treat half of the wastewater with granular sludge. The back part treats the other half of the wastewater with flocculant sludge, and you can clearly see the advantage of this technology. And that's why this technology is now rapidly being taken up. There are some 70 plants in operation and around 100 plants being sold. Now, these granules contain a polymer. About 1/3 of the weight fraction is a polymer, and we can extract that polymer. And for that polymer, you have to think of something like alginate or gelatin. It's a water-binding polymer, so not a plastic-like polymer. And there are, on the right-hand side, facilities already in the Netherlands where at several hundreds of tons per year capacity, this polymer can be recovered from the waste sludge, and in this way give value to the waste sludge. Now, what's the relevance of this? The relevance is that if we talk about, for instance, recovery of phosphate or recovery of energy, the contribution of the wastewater sector to that energy or phosphate sector is relatively small, a few percent at most in general, maybe 10%. But if you look to the Camira potential production of these polymers, which is then used as a chemical, is much larger. The wastewater treatment plant of Utrecht, which treats the wastewater of 400,000 persons, can recover 3,000 to 5,000 tons of this polymer. Now, the world plastic market in total is around 300 million tons. And if we would use this polymer for producing plastics, we could replace maybe 1/3 of the whole world market with this polymer, which means that we have a very significant potential market impact. Within the bio-based polymers, that market impact is even larger because it can easily become the biggest bio-based polymer if we manage to set up an industry recovering these polymers. And for the price value of these polymers, you have typically to think between €1 and €5 per kilogram. Just as an example for the biopolymers, here some global markets of similar polymers of alginate, carrageenan, chitosan, gelatin. And you see that only in the Netherlands, we probably can already produce 150,000 tons per year, which is way bigger than the world markets of alginate, of carrageenan, and which matches the world market of gelatin. And the Netherlands is a relatively small country. So this means that there is a potential for a very big economic impact, and that the wastewater industry could develop a market where it can be leading the market instead of following like the big phosphate industry. There's of course a big question how you as a wastewater industry develop a chemical market out of your process. Very briefly on the recovery, this is not finally fully evaluated, but it's essential that the first step is heating up the sludge to about 80 degrees, adding caustic to have a pH of 9 to 10, and having a retention time there of about 2 hours. This brings all the polymers in solution, but at the same time, it sanitizes the sludge. All the potential pathogens don't survive this treatment, which is quite crucial for the reuse of sanitary sludge. Then afterwards, you can separate the soluble polymers from the cell debris, and the soluble polymers are then precipitated and again separated from the water, and you get what's called Camira. And the extraction plant on the right-hand side is producing around 300 tons of Camira per year, so a decent facility. There's two large scale, so on one hand, the installation in Zutphen, and the other case is the installation on Epe. In Zutphen, the recovery is from an industrial granular sludge treatment plant. In Epe, it's from municipal sludge, so we can compare that. Now, the first application where you will hear more about later this afternoon is in the agriculture. There are several reasons for that, but one important is that it can replace conventional plastics, which are used, for instance, in pelletization and coatings, and by a biodegradable plastic and a renewable biodegradable plastic. It can also replace the use of existing biopolymers for a more sustainable biopolymer. And the biopolymer has shown to have especially root growth stimulating factors, which helps also in overall in the agriculture. So that's why our first commercial contract, where you will hear a bit about later, is with Koppert, a company which is active in the Netherlands and worldwide, including Brazil. Now, one of the problems from an academic point of view is that these extracellular polymers, they are not simply polysaccharides. So alginate or carrageenan are relatively simple polysugars, but the EPS itself is from these granules is way more complex, and also the analytical properties are not that well, but we slowly discovering that not only we might use this in agriculture, but also maybe replace other compounds. As an example, sialic acids, about 1 or 2% of the material which is recovered contains sialic acids. And it was not known until recent that bacteria can produce it. Now, these sialic acids play a very important medical role as antiviral drug and also in cancer research. So this would be a new source of these sialic acids, which until now were very often either had to be collected from slaughtery waste or built chemically out of glucose. The main part of the polymers are glycosylated proteins, and they develop a kind of fibril network which makes this gel-forming structure in which the cells grow in these granules. Another important polymer are the sulfated glycoaminoglycans. They are water-binding molecules. They are again known from all kind of water-binding cosmetic materials, mainly for a nice soft skin, etc. But we can potentially also gain them again a few percent per kilo, few percent on weight from the waste sludge instead of from slaughtery waste. And they play not only a role in potential applications for cosmetics, etc., but are also a big factor in the water binding capacity if you apply this into agriculture. Now, on the we are not only looking to this recovery of the materials directly, but then also using them to make new materials. And you can combine the chimera, the polymer, with inorganic material. And you can actually use any inorganic material. And for instance, in this case, clay, you can make material which looks very similar to the structure of shells. And that's you can apply this as a material, but also as a coating, because it has a very good barrier for water. It's, for instance, used in curing of concrete after the cement is poured and has to harden. You typically apply 40 to 80% of inorganic material. And what is interesting here is that if you have chemical composite materials, you cannot apply much more than about 10% of, in this case, clay. If you try to make more clay into the chemical polymer, you get phase separation and you do not get a stable composite material. With biopolymers, you can add up to about 80% of clay into the polymer and still get a good material. And we get a material with a very high stiffness, much higher than for current nanocomposites. It's quite close. It's in the end similar to glass fiber reinforced materials. What's also interesting that the plastic-like material you make in this case, which is then 20% chimera and 80% this filler material, is stable up to about 160 degrees Celsius, which gives it a unique property relative to other plastics which would melt already at 60 or 80 degrees Celsius. Besides that, it's a good binder. It's also a good flocculant. This is an example on the left-hand side for paper making. On the left-hand side, using the standard BASF ionic polymer. On the right-hand side, Camira as ionic polymer. And you obviously can appreciate the big difference in flock formation and ease of then making the pulp into paper. One of the other important aspects of the polymer is that's not burnable, non-flammable, which means that we can make for that, if we make these composite materials, we can make non-flammable materials, for instance, for the construction material industry, and make more safe housings. Besides that, it's always nice to show that you can also make nice materials out of it. One of the more advanced materials we are with, that's together with MPSP, is a polymer made from this Camira together with cellulose. The cellulose we use is also has been recovered from the treatment plant. It's the toilet paper, which in the Netherlands is thrown into the sewer, and we can recover it at the treatment plant. We can make from the cellulose nanocellulose, and then bind it with the Camira in this material which resembles the mother of pearl from shells. But we can also make with the cellulose and the EPS, make a material which can be molded, and the structure on the above side is then a plastic material where we can make whatever we want to make. This is just a form to show that we can mold this. And from the mother of pearl like material, it's possible to make jewelry, just as an illustration that whatever you recover from wastewater is not by definition something smelly, black and ugly. We can make also nice materials out of what you flush through the toilet. Very brief, because one of the big problems is legal status, and that is complicated. Camira is in the meantime documented as a natural biopolymer, which means there's no further registration noted under the EU REACH guidelines, but there's still the end of waste aspect. And for each end of waste product, you always have to make a separate application and a market. And that is giving a lot of extra hindrance in order to go from a waste to resource. But it also, once you have a good, that's also again putting out, once you have the product and you know where it goes, the procedure is not that complicated. But the problem is once you start and you only have the Camira, this sets a bit of backdrop because you don't know exactly what the product will be. Besides the legislation, there is also then the market aspect. As I said, in principle, the wastewater treatment plants could have a similar market together as the plastics market. But on the plastics market, there are just a few suppliers. And in the waste field, only in the Netherlands, there would already be 300 suppliers. So to make a supply chain which really can recover the extracellular polymers from all these individual wastewater treatment plants and from all these wastewater treatment plants, and I see Harold is coming in, and collect them and make a defined polymer. There's a logistics issue, and there's an issue that the wastewater treatment plants are public entities, and in the end, the chemical market is a private entity, and going from a public good to a private product is not something which is that straightforward in many, certainly not in the Western economies. So point of attention for the further development of the circular economy. So as a main conclusion, I would state that the organic waste, also the wastewater, should be considered as a raw material instead of a waste. And I think that where we're working with Camira on the not too far future, it might become the situation that we are going to collect wastewater in order to produce Camira, instead of that we are working on Camira as a byproduct of wastewater treatment. And with that, I want to thank you for your attention. So Campinas is muted.
Well done, Mark.
Thank you very much, Mark, and also welcome to the other presenters of this morning's in Brazil morning and with you afternoon session. It's very good to hear the very promising stories of Camera, of which we will learn more in a moment from our contributors from Águas do Algarve, one of the pilots that I talked about earlier, and that is Antonio Martins, and then René Noppenay from Royal Koning DAV in the Netherlands, and also Harold Nicholson from Poppert in the Netherlands. We'll talk about the applications of Camera. Before we go over that, I would like to ask, are there any questions to Mark van Oosten? You were very clear, Mark, in your presentation, and most appreciated. So thank you very much. And thank you for your contribution. We will now have a 10-minute break, and then we come back with the three speakers that already are online. So we will have a little break now to stretch our legs. We're sitting already a long time here with our links to New York, and it's a real pleasure to go into the further details of the process and the recovery of Camera from wastewater treatment and how that can solve some problems. So indeed, see you in 10 minutes time.
Good, then I go for a coffee.
Please stop.
Yes.
Leuk verhaal, Mark.
Mark, kan jij me horen of niet?
Ik kan je horen, maar ik was gemute.
Ja, nee, oké. Het was gewoon een test.
Ja,
Ik zit niet zo vaak op Zoom.
ja, ik zie dat daar RHKDRV staat, maar
Maakt niet uit. is niet zo erg.
het koninklijke is aan DRV nu toegevoegd in plaats van de Haskoning. Of de Royal Haskoning en de koninklijke DRV of zo.
We geven Willem-Alexander aan DRV en als Koninkrijk Maxima. Is dat goed?
Zoiets, ja. Ja.
Ja. Hoe gaat het met PHA? Want ik vond het wel leuk wat jullie het zien over die PHA.
Ja, nou ja, de mannen doen het goed, hè. Dat willen ze. In ieder geval geld voor extractiefabriek binnen.
Ja.
Ja, je ziet gewoon dat bedoel, René en Joost waren natuurlijk voordat ze in 2020 of zo voor zichzelf begonnen, waren natuurlijk al 6, 7 jaar bezig met PA.
Ja.
Maar ja, je ziet dat als er nog maar 1 doel in het leven is, dan
gaat het sneller, hè? Ja.
gaat het wat sneller dan.
Ja, nee, hoor. Dat is precies waar
wij de afleiding is.
Ja, nee. Dat is precies waar wij last van hebben met Camera, denk ik.
En nou, de focus is ook meer gewoon op de financiering vanuit de markt en zo. Dus dat, ja. Het, goed, daar de product moet er komen. Dat is het belangrijkste.
Ja, ja, zeker.
En dat geldt voor Camera ook. Dat is heel mooi dat er een eerste goede link is naar Koppert. Dat is heel fijn. Ja, voor de bulk zal het ook nog wat meer gevonden moeten worden.
Ja, dan moeten meer Kopperts bij komen. Oh.
Is dat zo?
Nou ja, in algemene zin. Hè. Mark heeft een heel leuk verhaal gehouden. Onder andere over de totale marktgrootte van bijvoorbeeld de bioplastics. En wat je met Camera daarvan zou kunnen bedienen. En ja, is toch wel heel erg...
Ja.
Toch, wij maken, als dit gaat vliegen, dan maken we wel een impact hoor, wereldwijd. 1/3, wat schreef je nou? 1/3 van de totale...
1/3 van de... Ja, dan moet je wel dus voor iedereen het afvalwater gaan zuiveren.
Ja,
dus
akkoord.
Dus dat zou een mooie bijeenkomst zijn, maar wel 1/3 van de totale plasticproductie, ja.
We zouden 1/3 van de totale plasticproductie kunnen... Oké, dan moet er overal een reden zijn.
Maar als je dus die composietmaterialen weet te maken,
dan kom je opeens in een hele andere
5 keer zoveel materiaal.
Ja.
Dus dan kun je, je zou de plasticmarkt kunnen vervangen als je het uitontwikkelt.
Ja. Dus dat soort vergezichten, daarom zeg ik, ja, we hebben wat meer...
Het mooie zou zijn als het product dan zoveel waarde krijgt dat, ik denk niet dat je de hele waterzuiver kunt betalen, maar als in ieder geval de operationele kosten ervan betaald kunnen worden. Dus dat je in ieder geval met de reguliere financiering kan er gewoon uit de producten komen. En dan hoeft alleen de investering 1 keer gedaan te worden.
Ja, ik zeg daar iets over in mijn verhaaltje dadelijk, hè, dat het een profit center kan worden. En, jij noemde het ook.
Ik schat dat Harald bij Koppert, als je in Nederland 150.000 ton zou kunnen maken, er ook geen afzet voor heeft. Dus.
Wat zeg je, Mark?
Ik zei dat in Nederland zouden we 150.000 ton Camera uit de waterzuivering kunnen winnen.
In droge stof gemeten?
Ja. En ik neem... Ja, in droge stof. Ja, dat moet ik eigenlijk altijd bij zeggen. Maar dat is dus een hoeveelheid die jullie waarschijnlijk ook niet weg kunnen zetten.
Nou, dat wil ik niet helemaal zeggen hoor, want ik heb net met een andere meneer gesproken die ook wat dingen maakt. Die doet BASF in Nederland en wij hebben binnen Koppert hebben we ook best wel heel veel BASF gedaan. Alleen dat is naar Indonesië gegaan. Black Soldier Fly.
Oh ja.
En nou ja, ik moet zeggen dat de Camera is natuurlijk een veel leuker product. Omdat dat een soort one-step isolatie is van materiaal wat je al hebt.
Ja.
En het kost geen energie om het eruit... Ja, het kost een beetje energie om het eruit
Dat
te
is
halen.
wat,
Maar, het is, maar goed.
Ja, dat kan ook nog wel geoptimaliseerd worden ten opzichte zoals het nu is. Maar
Ja.
dat,
Maar wat ik ermee wilde zeggen is dat we hebben net zitten uitrekenen en de jongens die komen niet verder dan 10.000 ton. En dat is voor mij het equivalent wat ik zou willen doen op minder dan 1 miljoen hectare. Dus, en dat is dan maar een gedeeltelijke toepassing in de fertilisatie. Dus laten we zeggen 5 kilogram droge stof per hectare. Dus ja, reken maar uit. 150, dat is dus... ja, ik denk dat je... Even kijken hoor. Je zei 150.000. Ja. Dus dat is ongeveer 30 miljoen hectare. En dan ga je naar de 10 dan, ja, dan net dus of naar de 15.
ja.
Een van de dingen die me wel heel erg bezighoudt is... wat is de situatie met de zware metalen en andere dingen in de reguliere afvalwaterzuivering?
Ja,
Als dat zo goed is als de huidige versie.
Kijk, kijk, die pathogenen hoef je niet zo ongerust over te zijn. Ik weet niet of je dat, of je erbij was toen Mark presenteerde, maar in die eerste
ik was te laat.
Ja, in die eerste extractiestap wordt het gedurende een paar uur lang, 2 uur of zo, wordt het verhit tot 80 graden. Nou, die pathogenen die zijn dan wel weg. Zware metalen, ja, dan moeten we monsteren. Maar over het algemeen, tot nu toe hebben we gezien, ook op EPA van huishoudelijk afvalwater, dat daar eigenlijk geen probleem is gehaald. Maar wat je zult gaan krijgen, dat gaf Mark ook al aan, en daar geloof ik zelf ook wel in, is Calmera gaat niet meer als bijproduct ontstaan van een afvalwaterzuivering. Je gaat korrelfabrieken krijgen, speciaal bedoeld voor de extractie van Calmera.
Ja.
Dat is de toekomst, denk ik.
Super. We gaan weer naar het Engels, denk ik. Hè?
Ja.
Nou, ik kom weer terug.
Ik kom weer terug, ja.
Yeah, we got everybody back in the room, and so it's our pleasure to restart the rest of the workshop. And after the introduction of Mark on Calmera, it's our pleasure to go in further detail on one of the pilots of the water mining project in Portugal, in Faro. And also to discuss the opportunities of producing the Calmera with Royal Haskoning DAV, and also with like to what we can do in Brazil with it, and then go to Cobbert on how to use that material in a meaningful way. So having said that, it's my pleasure to start by asking Dr. Antonio Martins from Agosto Algarve to start presenting for this workshop.
Hi, good morning or good afternoon to everybody. I think René will start first.
Yeah, if that's okay, I will start first, and then
go ahead.
Antonio will come at the end, if that's okay.
That is okay to us. So welcome, René Nopine from Royal Haskoning DAV. The floor is yours.
Yeah, I'm trying to share now. Please let me know if and when you can see this.
Absolutely perfect.
Okay, I'm not proficient in Zoom, but it's working. Yeah, so further to Professor Mark van Loosdrecht's excellent presentation just now, the whole story of Calmera indeed starts with Nereda. Nereda being the wastewater treatment technology also invented by the team of Mark van Loosdrecht in Delft, which starts with activated sludge, and then when we apply the Nereda process cycle, we create this granule in which the biopolymer holds as a matrix holds the material together. And if we then apply the extraction technology that Mark already showed, we end up indeed with the EPS that we can extract from the granule. Talking about Nereda, I think we saw this granular sludge technology as a breakthrough in the last decade. This is Global Water Intelligence ranking us as the first and foremost water technology of the decade. And today, indeed, we have 101 Nereda projects sold. I think it's actually 102 already since this week, and more than 60. Mark said 70, but I believe it's. Thank you for being a little optimistic, but I think it's 60 plus worldwide. And here you see how this developed, and people always think that if on Friday you invent something that on Monday it's on the market, but it's not like that. These things take time. And this is a nice exponential curve, and you can see how slowly it developed until the real takeoff occurred around 2010, 2011. And now we are serving more than 10 million people on 6 continents and over 20 countries. And among those, of course, is Brazil, with 12 plants and further plants coming. And if we zoom in, you see that we have a few of them around Sao Paulo and Rio, but also in the north. And we have developed them so far with our good partner in Brazil, Brookfield, who is the concessionaire of these installations. And at the moment, we are also looking at a plant in the north for Sanasa in Anumas, and hopefully that will be built next year. So we are still developing our footprint in Brazil. And this is very interesting also because of the agricultural potential of the Brazilian market, and that's where my partner and almost friend by now, Harald, will speak about just in a minute. But before we do that, let me show you a beautiful picture of the Deodoro plant. This is one of my favorites in the world, actually. Such a beautiful site. So you get an impression of what a Nereda looks like in Brazil. This is close to Rio, Deodoro. Yeah. But back to Camira. Also, Camira has a long history. I think it first was discovered as a substance by Yumei Lin of Professor Mark's team in 2009. We thought in the beginning it looked a bit like ale, alginate, and that's why we call it ale, alginate-like exopolysaccharide, if I remember correctly. Yeah. But then later on, when we started doing lab tests and pilot scales, we came to the conclusion that it's actually not entirely the same as an alginate, and we termed it Camira. We developed it, and this is, I think, also a form of innovation, if you like, and of which I'm really proud in the Netherlands, is that we, as an engineering company, developed this together with research institutes like Delft, financed by the STOA of the water authorities, and launching customers like our own water authorities, in this case Rijn en IJssel and Vallei and Veluwe. I think this public-private partnership is really a very, very good instrument to develop these technologies and make them ready to market. And if you then look at the entire value chain, of course, we also need companies who actually buy the material and use it and even upgrade the material before bringing it to market. It's a complicated value chain, as Mark also highlighted just now, with many parties involved. And it is my experience that this is only successful throughout the years if you can build your relationships on trust. If you really can develop the technology and bring it to market based on trust in each other. And if you allow each of these partners to bring their own expertise and their own specialty to the team. Talking about specialties, in the Netherlands, we are not a private owner of installations like Brookfield is in Brazil. The installations in the Netherlands are owned by public authorities. Maybe comparable to Sanasa or to Sabesp in Brazil. And these public authorities in the Netherlands, they act as launching customers to new technologies. And of that, we are really proud. They take the risk of putting an installation there. You see an impression here of the Zutphen installation, which is on dairy, on industrial wastewater with a capacity of almost 3,000 tons per year. And the municipal one in Epe, where you see the Nereda in front, these 3 tanks here, that's the Nereda installation with a capacity about 10 times as small. But it's really important that we also test it on municipal wastewater. So here's the extraction process. Again, Professor Mark already indicated it. We do it in 2 steps. We heat it at high pH and then separate, and then we do in the second step acid dosing, and then a second separation step before we store it in a tank. And that whole process, we again started collecting prizes. You see happy faces here. Mark smiling in the back, and I even had a tie for the event. You see that? And this is Rudy Gerard, one of the directors of the water authorities. And this was at the Aquatech Innovation Awards in 2019. So yeah, this makes us proud. But why is everybody so enthusiastic then? What is Kaumira? What is the promise? Well, it is many things, and that is also what the word Kaumira actually intends to clarify, to mean. Kaumira stands for a chameleon with many colors, with many attributes. It is an organic polymer. It's a complex molecule. It's a hydrogel. There's many properties that you can find in this complex polymer. And as a result, it also has many distinguishing features. It's a super absorbent, but it's also a water repellent. It's a flame retardant, as Mark showed with a nice picture of the flame. It's a rheology modifier. It contains nutrients. It acts as a binding agent, for example, in composites with clay. Yeah. So there's many distinguishing features, and therefore it also has many promising applications as a coating agent, as a super absorbent, which is, we show diapers here, which is of course a big market, but in agriculture, with droughts increasing all over the world, water absorbent is also a very interesting application for agriculture and horticulture. It's water repellent if we apply it that way. It's a biostimulant, and Harald will speak about that in a minute. It's also a composite binding agent. It's flame retardant indeed, and we are also testing, and Mark showed something on flocculant for paper, but we're also testing it, for example, at the moment with a private company. We are testing it for application in the water sector itself, whether it can actually replace chemicals in the process of water treatment itself. So that would also be very interesting. And if we get that right, and this is my personal dream, and luckily I'm not the only one who has these dreams, then if we get this right, and a wastewater treatment facility can become a resource factory, a energy factory, a reuse hub, I think in the end it will be a circular profit center. We have made calculations that in Brazil, if we have sufficient capacity, I mean, the advantages also come with size, but if you would take an installation like Deodoro that I just showed, I think what we can achieve with the production of Kaumira, and if we would use biogas, then we can earn as an income more than the cost of operating the installation. And that makes it very interesting. And that can also accelerate the adoption of wastewater treatment in countries that have low income and low resources, few resources to build these expensive installations. So that's a promise for the developing world, I would say. Back to Kaumera as a biostimulant. Of all these applications, we have very quickly already focused on agriculture and horticulture, not only because of the size of the market, but also because of the time to market. Because we felt that in that market, and you can imagine that it's easier to apply a biostimulant or a water absorbent than to develop Kaumera as a cosmetic or a medical substance. That would probably require a lot more testing. So on Kaumera as a circular biostimulant, we signed our first contract with Koppert in December 2021. Again, happy faces on the picture, and it was a happy event. And with this picture, I'd like to hand over to Harald, who is standing here in the left side of the picture. And we gave a box because this was still another handshake, because this was still in the midst of COVID epidemic in the Netherlands. But I hand over happily to Harald. Shall I keep control, or do you want to take control, Harald? You are muted.
No, I think it will be much better if you keep control, because otherwise we have to change a lot.
Okay. So just tell me when to move on.
Yep.
Yeah?
Just a question. Good morning, good afternoon. A special question to the people in Brazil. Are you familiar with Koppert do Brasil company?
Yes, we are.
You are, luckily, because you know, Danilo and Gustavo, they're very good friends of mine. I was able to establish Koppert in Brazil. It was in 2012, and by now I think we are doing tremendously well. Mostly in what you could say in the biopesticides, so biocontrol. And sooner or later, I hope that the people in Brazil, they also will step into the Kaumera opportunities. But they are extremely busy, so we have to prove that we have a wonderful solution and to make life easy for them. What you can be aware of is that we started with Kaumera in March 2020. And the most important thing was that we did it as a kind of replacement of the natural seaweeds. Because we didn't knew a lot on the potential of Kaumera, but of course, by now, we know there is a lot of potential in Kaumera as a complete replacement of the seaweed. If you look to seaweeds, then it looks quite clean, but if you look to the Chinese way of harvesting and how they ruin the coast of Chile and Peru and some other South American countries, we are aware that if this is going to agriculture and the need of all these biostimulants is increasing, which it will, because there is I think a global tendency to reduce fertilizers. I will come on the fertilizers a little bit later. But so we started to develop a novel way of nutrition for plants. And what we did is we started in Canada. And today we are doing, I think, 500,000 hectares. So that's not the amount we want to do. We do know that in Brazil, you have something like 40 million hectares of soya. You have 20 million hectares of corn, 11 of sugarcane. Well, there is so much potential in Brazil in terms of agriculture. And with the increase of the prices of the fertilizers and some other questions, I think there is a lot of motivation to not take Camera as a biostimulant, but something more. I will come to that as well. In the year after 2020, we started in Kazakhstan. And Kazakhstan is a little bit similar as Canada. Short summers and growth seasons. So that is really completely different to Brazil, where you have 2 to 3, sometimes even 4 crops per year. Don't forget, you start late compared to some other countries with intensive agriculture. So you have still some supplies in the soil, but when they're gone, you will notice that you need to have something different. Next slide, please. So, is that my part? I think that was yours, but we have, this is, I think, the thing I wanted to start, and then the next one. If you look to Camera, then you could say it can be a standalone, but that's something which is possible. But I would like to combine it with some other things, and that makes it for the farmer applying in one composition several products in one spray or one application. And so if you combine it in terms of liquid fertilizers, you can do it, because Camera is a beautiful polypolymer which is allowing any addition to be spreaded on top of the foliar in a wonderful way. Trace elements is not only a kind of, but it is also kind of, how to say it, a kind of sequestration. So there is a kind of hampering of reaction of that fertilizers with one another, and you don't have to use the EDTA. EDTA, not right known that much for many people, but I think it is already labeled as a carcinogenic element. Amino acids is the other ones, and of course I've not put it on paper or in this presentation, but if you combine it with chemical pesticides, it is also possible to reduce them quite a bit and make them much more effective. The other thing, and that's, I think, even something which I think has more potential, is that we apply it in the soil. And if you look to the water holding capacity, you can improve that quite a bit in soils. But the other thing is fertilizer coatings to have a biological slow release ability of that fertilizers. By the way, I put it in very simple words and very compact, but what we really want to do is that we want to reduce fertilizers by more than 50%. If you look to the phosphate brought to Brazil, prices have been increased. Okay, they are stabilizing a little bit, but I think in the future, those will be increasing. And the other thing is that you have to understand that the more fertilizers you apply per hectare, the more you will burn the carbon. If you apply Camera, instead of burning the Camera as biological waste in wastewater treatments, you apply that carbon already in the soil. That's number one. But the most important thing is that by applying Camera in soils, you will induce the microbial life in soils as well. And that inducement of microbial life will do a lot more carbon sequestration as well. And so reducing fertilizers and increasing that microbial life, and doing, instead of the CO2 emission, you do CO2 sequestration in soils, that is the future. And people will be paid for that as well. So Camera will be one of the key ingredients in order to obtain things like that. Maybe my 2 last slides. So this is basically a summary what I just tried to express. But this nitrogen and phosphorus-based fertilizers, I think they need to be lowered and lowered and lowered, not only for biological reasons, but also for economical reasons. They will be increasing. And we have learned in Canada that where farmers did decrease the nitrogen, in particularly, then that was helping to have much less diseases. Okay, phosphorus is not like that, so you need to have some other technologies to make the phosphorus much more obtainable than it's known right now. We have technologies which can be combined with Camera in order to have that solubilization of phosphorus, all kinds of bacteria. You are aware of that in Brazil as well. We could supply them as Copa do Brazil quite easily, and that's another thing. But the carbon dioxide sequestration is the other one. You will be paid for that per ton of sequestration. But the other thing is that the more carbon you have in the soil, the more, what is it, how you call it in English, the more sustainable the soil will be, and the more fruitfully the soil will be. So if you look to the nutrition part of soils, carbon is very important and not seen. And don't forget, you burn all your carbon with too much of the fertilizers. So Camera is the turning point in thinking and can make farmers believe in different ways. So we have applied it in Canada and Kazakhstan. Easy to say, it's on the left the Canadians, and the one on the right it's the guy from Kazakhstan. And you can see in my background as well some cereal fields which we harvest in Canada, and it's way more harvest. It's 30% more, with a slightly higher cost in fertilizers, but with no pesticides almost needed anymore. Well, I know it's in Brazil a little bit different compared to some other countries, because you have summer and winter crops. So you have much more attacks by all kinds of pests and diseases. But I do think if you make your plant stronger, then it's less susceptible for those kind of things. Camera is helping tremendously with that. Well, that's so far I wanted to contribute to your knowledge about what we do with Camera.
Hi, everyone. Now it's my turn. Rene, you are doing a wonderful job, so keep going, please. First, I would like to thank to Patricia, of course, for inviting me to be here in this workshop, which is extended to entire organization. I also greet my colleagues from the Netherlands, of course. I know some of them already for some time. I also greet everyone else present at this workshop, and I wish you the congratulations for this excellent initiative. So take most out of it. Well, it's always a pleasure to participate in these events, especially of this type, in which are involved leading professionals, and the topic is quite very up to date. Very interesting indeed. So in my presentation, I will try to explain, to indicate what is our vision, what was our vision and ambition for the participation in this project. Since I represent a public water and wastewater company in Algarve region in Portugal. Next slide, please. Yeah, this one. No, the previous one. Oh, sorry. So we have the mission in Algarve to for the design, build and explore and manage, of course, the water supply and wastewater treatment system. So we have to do it in a framework of economical, financial, technical, social, and environmental, of course, sustainability in this region. And this is valid, of course, for all the water sector. It's not for Algarve, not only for Águas do Algarve, but it's something that we have to take into into mind always when we analyze all the projects. Algarve is a region that has, let's say, a low water level, so it's a water scarcity region. Water use projects are being implemented at the moment, very important for the region, for all the water balance here. It's a very touristic place, so we have around 400,000 inhabitants as population resident, but it doubles or triples in 2 months a year. So in July and August, it's crazy, it goes up. We have an AREDA system, so Farolhão, it's in the map, you can see it there, which of course is the condition number one why we wanted to participate, and we were invited, and we enjoyed this project, and we joined this project. What we expect with this water mining project that you are listening today, so the Calmera and AREDA and so on, what we expect from it? Of course, because we are a water utility and we produce sludge, we would like to take most out of it. We would like to get, let's say, some added values from this waste, in order to not be considered as waste anymore, but yes, as a product, as something that has added value and can be used more profitable. So we like to apply this concept, of course, circular economy that everybody's speaking about, and I think this is a very good example. How can a product be recovered or be produced in the wastewater and be used close to the facility? And this is also very important to change the mindset of the water sector, because, and we already hear this today, we are moving from resource consumer or waste producer to a resource recovery producer. This is something very, very important. And so in our company, we are trying to do this. Okay, Renee, next one, please. So we have here some numbers. It's about our AREDA system. It was a huge investment, so almost 40 million euros to build this system. So it's the next one, we can see the capacity in the next one. So it was designed for around 130,000 inhabitants. Well, the treated effluent requirements, they are not very, very huge, so quite easy. Next one. Well, one thing that happened in our system is that we receive wastewater with a very high salt concentration. So we have to take this into account. And this is something that occurs in many facilities that we have in Algarve, so close to near the coastline. It happens also in other parts of the world. So, and with the seawater rise, this is something that I think it's getting more and more common. So we should look to this point with intention, because it will affect all the products that we produce from the system. For example, water reuse, if you want to apply water reuse, then it might be a problem. Or we have to apply, for instance, additional technology if we want to use the water for the irrigation of certain crops. Next one. Well, important thing also about the project, about our role in the project, is that we, of course, we test the Calmera extraction unit, pilot unit. I will speak briefly about it in the next few minutes. But there is also another important, let's say, work that is related with this working package 2 and working package 9 that you can see in the slide. So we need to join, let's say, the main stakeholders that somehow are related with this issue. So it's not only the water utility, but it's also the environmental agency. It's also the universities. It's also, for instance, operators of this kind of systems, waste operators, health authorities, the General Directorate of Agriculture. So we have to discuss with them these let's say these projects, and we have we need to listen them to know their opinion about, let's say, the several stages of this let's say of this project, from the source, from the production to the application. So it's very important during all this process to have these partners with us on the boat since the beginning. And we discuss, of course, aspects like social acceptance of the product, application of the product on land, permits. So the questions related with the quality of the product. So all these aspects. Yes, Renee, you did well. The Camera prototype installation unit was built in the Netherlands. So Royal Haskoning DHV, TU Delft, Landtech, they work on this quite hard well, it started, I think, in 2021. It finished in 2022. It was tested, and the first startup was done in Utrecht wastewater treatment plant. Was over there, I think, around about 3 months. Here you can, you see the map over there. So it was built, tested there, and it came to Faro, to Algarve in September, in the beginning of September of 2023. Next one. Well, we have to do some works on our facility. In the right side, you can see the wastewater treatment plant, the Nereda system. We have to build a concrete platform to put this installation. It was transported in containers by trucks. We need to use a crane truck, for instance, for the installation. So it was, it was a lot of work at that time. So it was made in around September 2022. Next one. And then we had the startup phase. It was in October. One thing is that it was quite, I will say, quite easy. So we had a team from TU Delft, Philip and Bart. They were there all the time, and the startup was let's say was fast. Was fast. It was quite quick to reach, let's say, the steady state, normal working conditions. This is a batch system, so it works, let's say, 2 days a week. Can work more, of course. It has a capacity for 5 cubic meters per cycle, from which you can produce around 200 kilos of Camera in the end. So you recover around 30 or 40% of Camera regarding the organic matter that enters in this pilot plant. The yield was quite good in Faro when compared also to the Netherlands. So it was, the stoichiometry was quite good, and the yield was very, very good. It was a quite interesting result. At the moment, we are being measured the Camera composition, so amount of nutrients, calcium, magnesium, nitrogen, also the microbial content, although nothing is there because it is sterilized during the process, during this acidic and alkaline process. And so we produce Camera. We have some Camera stored at the moment. The installation is in Faro, is placed in Faro. It can work at any moment. One thing very important to do is to test, to do some trials with the Camera that was produced. So it's something that we are discussing together. We have to have a meeting in the near future, also with Algarve University, to see what we can do regarding this. But this also came out from our meeting with the stakeholders. So we can have a product very good. It seems that it has a very good quality. Of course, we need to pay attention in the condition that it will be applied. But the trials, we need to do tests to demonstrate really that the product is good, also for the local cultures. So in Algarve, we are speaking mainly about citrus trees, avocado trees, for instance. So these are a kind of cultures that exist in abundance in this region. Okay. In October, so last October, we did one of these, the second, in this case, the second community of practice meetings, when we join all these stakeholders that we consider relevant. It's not only to show them the technology and the products that we can take out from there, but also to get their opinion about barriers that might exist when we are speaking about this kind of products. There's, let's say, the source, the reasons why these barriers exist, and the way that we can overcome these barriers. And of course, there are different point of views, because we have the regulator in one side, we have the water company, we have the agriculture, we have the waste operator. So there are a lot of entities, but by promoting this discussion together, we can find ways, or at least to identify some, let's say, some critical points, some critical aspects that need to be tackled. Okay, of course, identify market and opportunity. So we had around 18, I think it was 18 stakeholders present. We did the work together. You can see over there in the pictures. Rene was there. Aral did a presentation as well. This was very important, because it was an experience from the company, from Copper, that showed that the product could be used for certain for certain cultures, and it was being used. And this is somehow is very important for the people that is there and are listening this for the, let's say, first or second time. So, and this helped a lot for the discussion that was promoted between all the people. So barriers, reasons, ways of overcome them. So from the social, political, legal aspects. So this was quite useful. Of course, reports were made, and they were given to the manager of the project, of water mining project. They were very proactive, because we split the 18 people around that in groups, so they could work, let's say, in 4 groups, and we could discuss the several aspects and have the opinion from each of them. And in this way, they could be more involved in this topic. This is also very important, because in this way we also, because everybody knows in Algarve, of course, who is Águas do Algarve, because it's a water public company. But in this way, we are also more connected with them, with the community, and And this is also very important from us, from our activity, from our social behavior, let's say, to be close to the population, to these different stakeholders. On this day, we also visit the prototype. So we call it the prototype opening day on this in this afternoon. You can see Mark there, Rene somewhere there as well. So the prototype was already, yeah, it was already working at that time in the end of October. I think it was a very good journey for everybody. I think everybody appreciates. So what I would like to say about this, let's say my main notes. By being on this project, of course, we think, we as a company think in, let's say, in a different way. Not only, we're not thinking only in producing something like water and treated wastewater, but we are thinking to go ahead of this. And this project gave us this opportunity, because we don't have only a waste, but we can produce something more that is valuable for the community. So this is a very good opportunity. And the other point is that by doing this, we also are more close to the community, to the different stakeholders. And it's very important from our, let's say, social perspective. We can engage the community with us on this project. And by doing this, all of us, all the people that attend to this meeting, I think they really feel like they were doing part of this project, part of the solution. and not think as the sludge from the wastewater treatment plants as a problem. I think they really thought in a different way when they finished the meeting. So these are my main messages. Thank you for attention. And now I think it's the discussion phase. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Antonio and Harald, to complete this. I would say for Brazil, we have all the ingredients there. We have 12 Nereidas and more coming, like the one for Sanasa. We have copper available. We have a huge agricultural land area, millions and millions of hectares. So everything is there to make this a success. And how wonderful would it be if the production of Camira could help turn every wastewater treatment plant in Brazil into a profit center. If you can imagine that treating wastewater will not be a cost, but will be creating an income, a positive revenue, then this shifts the whole mindset. And with that promise, Patricia, I would like to hand over back to you, but not before thanking you for this opportunity. Yeah. It was great to be invited at this level, at this audience. We need to spread the word of this initiative. And again, it's a great example of public-private partnerships. Yeah, and I think that's also what we need together to create solutions. Yeah, and this to me is a good example. So thank you for the opportunity, Patricia, and over to you.
Thank you very much, René, Antonio, and Harold, for the great overview and a very promising overview that we have heard for Brazil. As you said, all the ingredients are here, but maybe there are also some challenges here. And so let's first take a round of questions to start with while we have these experts here on the table. I'm sure, Vasco, that you have a burning question.
Sorry, just to introduce myself for those there who don't know who I am. I'm the Deputy Consul General of the Netherlands in São Paulo, and I'm here together with colleague Robert Thijssen, who's the Innovation Attaché. And we were just discussing about indeed a question to you. But maybe I'll give the floor to Robert, because it's a very general one and it's an open hand to you.
Well, yeah, the question that Vasco and I were discussing, so we work a lot together in helping Dutch businesses getting into the market. My aim is more on the private collaboration and innovation collaboration. Well, this is you have this pilot facility in Portugal already, so that means that you are already sort of close to the market. Sense, so it becomes maybe less of an innovation collaboration project and more of a market introduction. But our question actually was, what can we do as Dutch Diplomatic Network here in Brazil to help you get connected? Obviously, looking from the presentations from Royal Haskoning, you know your way already pretty well, right? You have several facilities already up and running. But this is a new development. Maybe you need new connections. So that's something that it basically a hand that we reach out to you, where we could be of assistance to you to get into Brazil. And for me personally, of course, if there are still also, let's say, a close to market development innovation needed, that is of course also for us, for the government, in order for potential support. As you know, if you still have like R&D challenges to be solved, then for us as a government, we could also help you maybe in a financial way. But that's something to discuss more in detail.
And just to add to that very quickly is that, of course, we had very good contacts and talks with Sabesp, for example. There is, of course, as you might know, the idea to privatize. But we also went there with our minister, Minister Schijnema, who was here recently. And Sabesp also would like to see where we could cooperate more, what kind of expertise and knowledge we have. So, short, just like Bobby said, we have doors open, we built a network, and we're actively doing that. So, if you need us, we're there to make the connection.
That's great to hear, and can I say I wouldn't expect anything less from our diplomatic support, because we are very proud of what our embassies are doing for us and our consulates around the world. And it is true that, speaking for Royal Koning DHV, that we have good connections in Brazil already. We have good partners like Brookfield, and we are now working with Senasa. I went to Sabesp myself a couple of times already to present that technology. So that part is going actually okay. And I'm not saying that we don't need any support for the Nereidas, but that part is going okay, and it's becoming an established technology also in Brazil, where I think a helping hand is much needed is indeed with the Kaumira as a new product. You can imagine the very reason why it was interesting for Antonio to test Kaumira in Portugal is because it is kind of different than the Kaumira that we produce in the Netherlands. You can imagine that every climate, every sludge that we produce in a wastewater treatment system leads to a slightly different type of Kaumira. And if you want to apply that Kaumira to agriculture in Brazil, I think the average farmer, and Harald will probably say something about it in a minute in reply, but the average farmer will want to test it. Now, before you can test it in Brazil, you have to produce it in Brazil. So it would be fantastic if we could get a pilot up and running in Brazil, maybe put it in Sao Paulo, we have plants in Limeira, maybe put it in Rio, anywhere, maybe close to where Copper is located. We have an installation in Jardim Novo, that's in Limeira, I believe, or close to. This is a bit of a chicken and the egg. If we do not produce locally this material, then the farmer cannot test it. If the farmer cannot test it, he will not want to buy it. So it's where in the Netherlands our water authorities have the means to say, okay, I will act as a launcher customer, I will build an installation. I think in Brazil, you can help the Sabesps and the Senasas and even the private ones, the Brookfields. Maybe you can help them by taking the step of putting a pilot installation in place. And we are willing to co-invest. We are willing to put our services there.
If I may, I think indeed the interesting part here is that you make the connection with agriculture. So that I think that is indeed that we have to discuss. Also, I was already mentioning here, we also have a agricultural counselor here in our network. So I think also for him, it would be very interesting to learn about this development. Because I think that the agricultural connection is probably also of importance about where you want to do this. And what kind of crop. I don't know, but I sense that this is an important factor in determining where you want to actually implement this.
And then my ideal would be that we get a similar pilot as the one that you just saw in Portugal, that we get an installation like that, container size in Brazil, and that we can start producing the material, and that Koppert can maybe use it as an intermediate to the farmers. And maybe Harald, you have some views on how this could work.
I think it's quite wide how you can use it. Number one, I think you have to find an application where the farmer will be quite convinced and happy of the results. Whether it will be in the Asian soybean rust with some other materials to have a much better control, whether it will be with Rhizobium or Azospirillum, bacteria in order to have a much better start of those nitrogen fixing bacteria in the soil. We have to decide still what is the best in Brazil, but we will do that quite easily because luckily we have access to all kinds of CROs, so we can do the trials easily in Brazil with the best results.
Well, that sounds really promising because I hear now that Royal Hospital is very interested to develop the pilot system to produce the first amount of Palmyra that is needed to be successful. Harold saying that Focus is very willing to give farmer community contact what the actual product is that farmers here are looking for. And then the water mining project can contribute by providing all the data of the pilot facility and maybe even the pilot facility itself. Antonio, how's that? Is it possible to move your containers to Brazil when you're ready there?
Everything is possible. Yes, of course it's possible. It's on containers, so it's I will say maybe it's 1 month to put everything aside. It's a question, but let's say the pilot plant belongs to Royal Asconic, so they have already experience from moving it from Utrecht to Faro. But I think it's quite feasible, of course. There is not a big deal.
Yeah, actually, it is still owned by the TU Delft, if I'm not mistaken, right now.
Yeah,
They are the project managers of the water mining project. So it is still with TU Delft. And yeah, I think if we're smart and if we find a useful location, we might be able to convince TU Delft that it's worthwhile to put it in Brazil for a couple of months. Yeah, as you said, we started it up really quickly in Portugal, and yeah. So who knows? It's a good idea.
Although I would like to stay with the installation with some more time, because if we plan to do here some tests, then it will be nice to, let's say, to produce some more Palmyra. But it depends. We need to discuss this in the coming weeks to see what can we do. Of course,
and we can maybe do both, but it is really a pleasure, Antonio, to hear that you also do not want to let it go. We heard the same in Utrecht when it was there. People also didn't want to let it go, and that's of course a very positive thing.
Yeah.
I've got a question here in the room.
Yeah, just a compliment about agriculture in Brazil. We have a very strong sugarcane sector here. I have some experience about this. Our open sector to test things. I used to test several short plants on this sector, and especially considering the food things, it's a more easy process because ethanol is to biofuel, so you will not have big challenges considering food, and they are very open. It is very strong here in Brazil, the market. The soil becomes very exhausted after several crops, so it could be a complement.
It's a very good, interesting suggestion. I don't know, Harold, if you already service the sugarcane market in Brazil, but this is of course an interesting suggestion. Huh?
Yeah, no, well, basically what we could say is that we have 3 important crops in Brazil, which are the largest, and that's the soybean and the corn and then the sugarcane. So quite well known. So we have good access to the sugarcane. And there is a wonderful company, Cosum, I think that's the company. So it's 1 million hectares of sugarcane. So we are having direct connections with them as well.
I have an urgent call with New York now because we have to go in the program now for our hour of fame in the United Nations workshop. So we have to switch over, and we will continue this discussion later in our workshop and pick it up. So for now, thank you very, very much for your presentations and your contribution. We will be sure to come back to you, and we will now switch to the board.
Yeah, and I left some comments in the chat box.
Thank you.
See you.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.